struggles. You are a veteran. You are needed. You are valued. You are loved. Thank you so much. God bless you, and God bless our veterans.
You heard her. If you have any mental health issues, call 988. You got two sets of twins, call 988. Next, we're going to bring up the Chief Deputy Treasurer, Jean-Pierre Adams. Chief Adams.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning.
I am the Chief Deputy Treasurer, Jean-Pierre Adams, and I'm here to thank you for your service on behalf of the staff of the Wayne County Treasurer's Office. At this time, we want to recognize our sponsors. And because we're crowded and dispersed, I'm going to ask you to stand up if you're here representing any of the sponsors. First, from Rancilio and Associates, D&D Innovations, GJT Field Services,
Dr. John Telford.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we got a little backwards. I was supposed to introduce her, but that's okay. That's okay. So far, it's been an interesting afternoon and evening because they set this thing up on the second floor and the third floor. So, but now we're doing it here. Here's where we're going to be doing it. And I want to welcome everyone here. This is going to be a memorable occasion. We've got folks who are running for the 13th Congressional District and you know, doing a little reminiscing. 4 years ago, I hosted this thing 4 years ago. That was when Shri got elected, and now here we are again. And Shri is here, and also candidates who are challenging him, and a whole bunch of good candidates. I've spoken with some of them. And I'm looking forward to having Sunanda run this program. So Sunanda, get back up to the mic because I'm going to go and sit down and eat some finger food.
Thank you, Dr. Telford. Something that I've enjoyed under his mentorship is a penchant for trouble, and we're here to stir it up some more. So we did it 4 years ago, and it was a humble beginning, and actually all the candidates did come, and I must thank Congressman Thanadar. He came to our initial event, and I'm humbled that two simple citizens, Katrina Brown, also sponsor and president of International Women's Boxing Association, and myself, can come together and bug John during dinner and get the sweepstakes room and have wonderful, beautiful, gifted people who love and want to save Detroit come out and talk about what we can do. And so this year, what we're thinking about is really the theme of redistricting. So I'm going to keep myself real short because I think it explains itself. I don't know how y'all feel, but I feel like Detroit has regressed 60 years. We might live in a liberal state, but we've lost 11 out of 13 voting blocks. Given that we've lost 11 out of 13 black voting blocks, the 13th district is critical, not just for the legacy, but also pivotal to what we could do for the city and for the country beyond. And in that sense, when we talk about redistricting in the 13th congressional district, we're talking about 5 types of citizenships, 5 different cities. We're talking about perhaps Grosse Pointe, Harper Woods, Highland Park, Hamtramck, and but of course, our lovely metropolis, Detroit. And so, candidates go to different cities and they talk about different issues to those different citizens. But what does it look like when all of the citizens within the district come together, when all 5 cities come together? So we decided at the beginning we'll kind of start with a panel conversation. And so we've asked Mr. Frank Joyce and Ms. Juvette Hawkins to come join us for this panel conversation. But before we start that, and then we'll go on, and we'll have time for citizens such as yourselves to ask some questions. And this is a germinal point because this is primaries, right? This isn't the general elections. This is when we really get to decipher how familiar our candidates are with us and the problems and issues of this city. So to celebrate Detroit and to maintain the harmony, because no other city would exist here without it, we're going to begin. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce somebody who thankfully is going to aid and abet me in this campaign of looking at our cities and how we can address infrastructure, Mr. Darwin Griffin. Thank you, Mr. Griffin.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sananda. But I just want to say, I know that I'm looking around this room and I can see probably there's a lot of people that want to get something to eat. So we're not going to really keep you, and I don't want to hear any stomachs growl or anything like that. So we want to make certain that you do get some nourishment. We do want to thank everyone for coming here today. We want to thank our candidates here as well. So we want to make certain that this is going to be a really stimulated dialogue between the candidates and between you. So there's going to be a lot of cards that's going to be passed out to you to kind of give you an opportunity to put your questions that you have for the candidates on on an index card, and then we'll go through those questions that you have, and then we'll ask the candidates. But there will probably be some time. We're hoping that the candidates can stay after everything is said and done so that they can go and they can answer with additional questions that you may have, plus to take pictures with you as well. So again, I hope everybody has a good time. I hope you get an opportunity to find out more about who your candidates are that are looking for your support. And I hope that everybody realizes this is a civil discourse, so we don't want anything to be any controversial, anything to be said that could kind of rattle a whole lot of negative dialogue. We want this to be a positive event. We want this to be very, very constructive, okay? So again, I just want everybody to say this. I want you to do this real quick before we start. I want you to look at somebody on your left and then look at somebody on your right, and I want you to say, thank God, last night, that this was not your last night. But I want you to look at somebody and tell somebody to the left and to the right of you, thank God that this was not your last night. Because we are so thankful and so blessed that all of you are here today. And I see congressmen saying this to make it certain. Thank God, this was not your last night. But again, we hope that everybody has a good time, so I want to keep the spirit going. So again, Dr. Sananda, are we about ready to, Dr. Sananda, we about ready to eat? Or did you want to do something else beforehand?
So I thought when we start, let's start 2-minute introductions.
Okay.
Before we start with the panel.
Okay. Then let's do this. We're going to go and we're going to ask all of the panelists to go and give a 2-minute introduction about who they are and telling why they need your support in this upcoming election. So again, I'll start because my mother, Hilda Griffin, Mother's Day is coming up Sunday, and I want to make sure I'm a gentleman. So I want to start with the lady on the end first, and then we'll come down. You want to start with Cherie first? Okay, we'll start with Cherie then. Okay, Cherie?
Yes.
Is there a mic that they can pass down, a live mic that they can pass to him?
Good evening. Good evening. Can you hear me? Yes. All right. Well, what a beautiful day. And I want to thank the organizers. I want to thank Dr. Telford, my friend John, for organizing this. And I was here 4 years ago. Hosting it, fine. But it is wonderful to have this get together and having conversation. So much is going on in this country right now in terms of the war in Iran that was uncalled for, illegal, and where people are hurting, SNAP benefits are being cut, people's food access is being cut, while billions of dollars worth of bombs are being dropped in Iran, killing 170 little girls from a school. This is not what America is all about. I'm fighting with this administration for the unconstitutional activities of this administration. I was, as a member of Congress, I was the first member of Congress to bring articles of impeachment against this president. And I was the first member of Congress to bring articles of impeachment against Pam Bondi, who has hidden those Epstein files and hasn't disclosed all of them. And she's protecting some very powerful men, very wealthy men. And I also was instrumental, had a little part in getting rid of Kristi Noem from the Homeland Security Agency. But we are not done with Kristi Noem. We are going to hold her. So as I go back, when I go back to Congress in my third term, I want to hold Kristi Noem accountable for the corruption that she has performed. I'm going to hold every member of this administration accountable, and I want to reverse their actions like cutting in Medicaid, cuts in SNAP benefits. We want to restore it, and we want to make it more towards the government, our tax dollars working for the people of America.
That's 2 minutes.
Yeah, so that's my 2 minutes. Thank you all for coming here.
Thank you, Congressman. Thank you. And next we have, take the mic down. You're going to take the mic back.
Good evening, and thank you for everybody taking time out of their day to come out here today to join this in this candidates forum. My name is John Gochi. I came to this country as a 9-year-old immigrant with my family with nothing, and I've helped build the American dream for myself and my family. America's given us everything. America's helped free my people in Kosovo and former Yugoslavia, where I came from, where ethnic cleansing and conflict showed us the worst of humanity. And I had a chance to serve with America's Army, where we helped bring freedom. And it was one of the greatest moments in my life to be part of America's effort to bring democracy to the people of Europe in Kosovo. My family was very deeply affected by the civil strife. We are Albanian, and I seen what ethnic cleansing can do. I lost a lot of first cousins and family members, and that is something that I've always been a part of in this country. I went to demonstrations as a little kid in Washington to raise the voice for Kosovo, where nobody even knew where it was on the map, and we were able to help raise awareness and help, free our people. I'm a small business owner, and I always give back to this community, and this effort to run for Congress is to give back to the American people. I have 10 good years of life that I can dedicate to working hard. I don't know if I'll have the energy to do much more, but I want to give it to the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gochi. Our next candidate.
Testing. Good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is by the time you read, see, or get a glimpse at this. I'm Gary Hunter, running for State Senate in the 3rd District, the East Side, Hamtramck, and Highland Park. If you know somebody, if you know of somebody, if you belong to somebody, let them know I'm running. I really, seriously, am probably the only candidate, including the congressman, that have crossed this country. I did 46 states, Hawaii, Puerto Rico, and Cuba with President Obama. But more than that, for 30 to 40 years, I've been across this country with John Conyers, sitting in Conyers' office for 14 years with Rosa Parks, marched with John Lewis. I am sick of everybody using our civil rights legends as a voting grab, but have not witnessed what it takes for those who have not been included after the vote has been got. We had a state house, a Senate, and the governor's office. Somebody please tell me what we got for it. Somebody please tell me what did Tate and the rest of them give to us. Why are we being left out of the conversations, the acknowledgments, the education of what you did or what you didn't do? I want to be that voice for the real people that fought for the people, fight for the people, and will continue to fight for the people. So in my closing, I have one memory to give you. Do you want someone that's going to say it or someone that's going to do it? And I'm known for doing it, even if it hurts your feelings, because we are in a tug-of-war, and I don't have time for your petty feelings. Our sons, our daughters, our husbands, our wives are at stake. Thank you, Gary Hunter, for 3rd District Senate.
Thank you. Our next candidate.
Hello. Good evening, everybody. My name is Toy New Reeves. It's pronounced like new toy, backwards Toy New. I'm also running for State Senate District number 3 on the east side of Detroit. I'm a lifelong East Sider, born and raised, educated, and still living on the east side of Detroit. I was born in Hudson Hospital. That's east of Jefferson and John R. Grew up in Mackin Chrysler by the Brewster homes. Educated at Detroit Bakes Academy when it was on the east side of 797 Dickerson. Went to Country Day, Dartmouth College, got scholarships there. Studied overseas. Finished my master's in economics at the University of Michigan. I'm getting my PhD in economics at the University of Michigan. I bring a very unique skill set. Both an individual has professional expertise in creating policies and also have a lived experience having grown up on the East Side that can create policy solutions for us. I think that we're at a point in time we don't need any more advocates. We don't need any more social workers. We need economic change in our community. We've knocked over 20,000 doors in our campaign. We put down over 500 lawn signs, and we've spoken to over 5,000 residents who are telling us we are tired of living in poverty. The reason that the Democratic Party continues to lose out on the most critical elections, whether they're federal level elections, state level elections, is because, number one, we don't have support from our base. We spend $1.2 trillion a year, $1.2 trillion a year. That's enough money to create an investment bank every 2 years. And yet we have 80% poverty rates on the east side of Detroit. What that means is you have nobody in our base that's going to come out and vote. They don't see any meaningful change in their lives. And when it comes to Middle America, those individuals who have the pivotal vote between deciding whether it's going to be a Republican or a Democrat in the White House, Middle America looks at our policies and they see what? We spend trillions of dollars in tax dollars, but we see no change in poverty rates. So we lose our base and we lose our independent voters. We need people who can come and create solutions for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, I'm Shelby Campbell, and I'm running for Michigan's 13th Congressional District. I am thankful that I was at the Pancake House, and I ran into John, and I heard him talking about the No Kings protest, and that's the reason that I'm here, because I just took a chance, and that's what I did when I moved to Detroit. I've been here since 2020 because my plant shut down in Illinois. I am a real working class person, and these two men talk about like the American dream. I had that. I had the 4-bedroom, 4-bath house and an in-ground pool, and I thought that that was it, but I was miserable. So after studying at Wayne State and learning about how important like the city is and how much more community it is, I moved down here, and I really, really see that now. My lived experience as a woman and an automotive worker really helps me or puts into perspective for the working class citizens who need representation. We want a future where we don't have to work as hard because we have automation now. We can progress, and that's what we need to do. We need to let that old American dream go because it's not realistic anymore for the rest of us. I want universal basic income and Medicare for all. And I think we can get there if we let the new generation lead the way. So. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And now that we're done with the 2-minute statements, Mr. Griffin, do we want to start moderating the panel? Yes. And we would like to start, I'm sorry, my computer's over there. Otherwise, I would be reading the bios. But for the sake of time, perhaps I'll read the bios later. But I think we all know Jivette Hopkins is. Yes. Oh, here we go. I'm going to bring this mic over to you. Williams is a Detroit resident, former Detroit Public School Board member, and an early childhood specialist. She was recently elected to the Community Advisory Council for District 4, where she advocates for equitable community and education-centered services. With decades of experience in education policy and community engagement, she's committed to strengthening communities from the foundation. And we also have Mr. Frank Joyce. I met him first in his wife, Marianne, is here, where Change is the Point. He has also worked crucially decades and decades in labor and has also worked with media and PR. Without further ado, thank you. Which panelist would like to begin with a question? That one?
Who's speaking?
This works. This works.
Okay.
Very happy.
It just needs to be plugged in.
Test, 1, 2, 3. It is. Okay. I want to start with kind of a big picture question. And at least indirectly, each of you touched on this in your introductions. We tend to think of voting rights, which is on all of our minds these days, thanks to the recent Supreme Court, unfortunately unsurprising decision. Why do we think of voting rights as though it's just a Southern issue when there's a long struggle of winning the right to vote right here in Michigan?
May I take that one? Yeah, I'll just start out with a few minutes before I'm going to leave. So give me a couple minutes and I will work on this. So, I look, people died to have us the rights to vote. And this administration, this president, and his SAVE Act, what he calls it, is really designed to suppress voting, especially suppress voting in the black and brown communities, suppress voting among women. That's what this SAVE Act is designed for. I voted against it, and I will fight to make sure that it doesn't go anywhere. This president is very on getting that passed, and we will not let that out of the Congress. So, other things that this president he's doing a lot of intimidation tactics. He has asked Detroit and Michigan for voter rolls, and we're not going to give those to. We're going to fight those in the courts, and he has no reason to access those. DOJ has no reason to access those. So we're going to fight that. And finally, one of the intimidation tactics he's trying is to bring ICE agents to the polling places, and ICE agents do not belong in our polling places, and the only reason they are bringing ICE agents is to intimidate. I've talked with my constituents, especially my immigrant constituents in Southwest Detroit, and there is a lot of fear. ICE, as under this president, has created so much fear among our communities. They have been involved in murdering our citizens on our streets. I was one who brought a bill to end the qualified immunities for these ICE agents. I also brought a bill to abolish ICE as we know it. So I'm fighting with that, and I'm going to fight with ICE as they're putting ICE agents in our voting booths and in our polling places. That is certainly affecting attack on our democracy, and we fight that. So that's something continue to fight for in the next Congress.
Since he didn't answer the question, let me try to answer the question. He had nothing what he said addresses what you asked. We are in states, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Illinois, Indiana, that have been spoiled by the unions, by the political sets, that have let it be a Southern issue. And ICE ain't got nothing to do with it. Immigration ain't got nothing to do with it. We're fighting a hatred nationwide that they're able to condition the South versus the North. The North is affected just as much by Voters' Rights Acts as the South. As one who grew up in it, and the problem with people who get in office and are out of touch, that haven't been to the Pettus Bridge that I've been to for over 20 years, that haven't been to Birmingham to see the Civil Rights Museum or the 16th Street bombing of why people fought for the right to vote. The things that came north, Martin Luther King, the UAW, and all those things, seemed to calm whether or not rights were available. So the North and the South fight made it real clear that voters' rights were acceptable, but it wasn't a fightable thing because we got a little more rights because of the UAW and those in Civil Rights Act.
Thank you. Would another candidate like to answer, or should we proceed?
I'd like to answer this because it's very important to me. Back in, George Bush and Al Gore debacle in Florida, if y'all remember that, I seen the problem, and I actually invented a voting system with Jackie Curry's office in the city of Detroit's Department of Elections. And we developed an amazing system with the support of Don Barden's financial resources. And we developed an amazing system, had pictures, it could talk to you in any language you wanted that the clerk deemed necessary. But Terry Lynn Land got $3.7 billion to upgrade votings and took the rights away from each municipality to buy their own systems. So people have been getting screwed for as long as I've been going to school learning about history by people trying to press their vote. But what really bothers me the most is my election with Sharif Thanadar is going to be decided August 4th by only 10% of the voters. 90% of the people that can vote are not going to show up to vote. That's the bigger issue. That's the problem. Why are people not voting for decisions that impact their lives every day? I think Americans are coming to the realization that, you know what, nobody cares for them because their backs are to the wall, they're struggling to pay their bills, their nation has become slaves to debt, our seniors are struggling with debt. I just found out from a client that his mother is paying $30-some thousand, 30% interest on her credit cards. We have senior citizens that are struggling to pay their bills, get their medicine, get food. They're buying it and supporting themselves with credit card. And their debt is getting outrageous, and I haven't heard anybody talk about it. I never thought about it. I knew our nation's in trouble, but I had no idea our seniors were.
Thank you.
So I just want to speak about a quote from Dr. King in his I Have a Dream speech. He said that Negroes we will never be satisfied where Negroes in the South cannot vote, and while Negroes in New York feel they have no reason for which to vote. So just giving someone the right in terms of legislation to vote isn't the solution. On Juneteenth, 1865, our people were emancipated in name only. We didn't have true freedom, because true freedom is economic freedom. We went from slaves to sharecroppers, from sharecroppers to Jim Crow, from Jim Crow to redlining. We've never gotten our economic freedom, and this is exactly why we have the same problem that we're facing here in the North. Doesn't matter if we don't face the same type of racism, is that we haven't been empowered. It doesn't matter who we vote for. All of our elected officials, whenever they go into office, they get co-opted by lobbyists. They get co-opted by even their own Democratic quote-unquote colleagues who tell them not to come and advocate for people in our community. And so the fact of the matter is, even when we had redistricting, we didn't have residents inside of our district who are able, people who live in our community who had the resources. It's very expensive to run a campaign, to have the resources to put together a state house or a state senate campaign. So until we get that freedom, that economic freedom, we have to start building wealth in our community. That's going to be the most important thing to empower us.
I'm sorry, for the sake of time, with the next question, we'll start with Ms. Shelby Campbell and go on to the congressman. Right, so he will be.
Yeah, if you just give me 2 minutes.
It's not fair. It's not fair. You ain't got time for it.
Okay, well, we're here to only speak of ourselves. Let's do that. 1 second.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Congressman.
Thank you. I want to be here because I had multiple things today, and I wanted to make sure that I come here and meet all of you. And thank you for giving me this opportunity to be here. As you know, first time I got elected was in 2022. So I served, this is my second term, and I am focusing on 3 things. One is constituent services. We have so far served 4,222 constituents who had an issue with federal government agencies, whether it is Social Security, whether it is getting VA benefits, whether it is disability benefits. We have been helping people deal with their issues with the federal agencies, and we have been able to do that every day. Every day we help people in our community get things done when they were fighting. Some of the constituents have come to me and said they've been fighting for this for 4 years, 5 years, and we were able to solve their problems within days. Everywhere I go, I have constituents coming up to me and thank me for what my office has done for them. So that's number one. We are helping our constituents get things done with federal agencies. Number two, we communicate. We communicate a lot. We listen to our constituents. I show up. I show up wherever I can to be and listen to my constituents. We write to them, we listen to them, we seek their advice, and so my office has communicated more than any other member of Congress in this session. Thirdly, we are focused on fighting with this administration, whether it is, even though we are in a minority in the House and the Republicans control all branches of government, we continue to fight and continue to get some wins despite being in minority. So I have continued to put pressure on this administration through my impeachment efforts, through the bills that I have introduced, and I'll continue to fight for my constituents in this district. Now, we have a primary coming up on August 4th, and I want to humbly ask for your support in that primary, which is very, very important. Thank you all for being here. Sorry I had to go, but you know, I thank you for holding this event.
Thank you. Thank you for making the time, Congressman. So without further ado, Mr. Joyce, do you have a question for our candidates?
Oh, I was thinking, not my turn now.
Oh, was it the other way? I'm getting old. All right, you bet. Thank you. We'll start with, do you know who you want to respond to particularly?
I want to, the gentleman that's on the panel. Men. But I'll start with you, Toynu.
And then we'll get it.
My question is entitled, Integrating Infants and Toddlers into the Public Education System. My question, do you support infants and toddlers into the public education system? For example, by expanding pre-K to include birth to 5 services, by creating public early childhood centers, co-locating within the public school system, which is the elementary schools. We know, especially in Detroit, I can only speak for Detroit, we have undercapacity. We have schools that are closing due to undercapacity. Okay. And how would you ensure quality, continuity of care, and coordination with pediatric health and social services? Would you want me to put it in layman terms for you?
I got it.
Oh, okay.
Hello. So you touched on quite a few issues, and then let me try and unpack those one by one. So when it comes to, I like to put everything in economic terms, not just because of the money, but because this is how it impacts all of our lives one way or another. So there are two things. Number one, early childhood education is the single factor, the single intervention that you can have to close education, particularly reading comprehension scores. So just last month, I think back in mid-February, we found that I think around roughly almost 90% of fourth grade students in DPS cannot read at grade level. And that comes from early childhood education. The second part of it is that we don't have women having the opportunity to enter the workforce because they're required to stay home with their children. So we have a very dire need for expanding child care services at reasonable costs. So if we're constantly telling our women that we don't want you to become quote-unquote welfare queens, but they want to go to work and they can't have anyone at home to take care of the children, what is the solution? The only solution is to have something like, as you're suggesting, to expand not only in terms of our infant care, but also having our school system expanding beyond the 3 o'clock time. We should have after-school programs inside the school. We should have a second meal after school that allows us to have a very strong home environment, because one of the third problems that we face as a community is that we grew up, and I grew up in, like I said before, near the Brewster homes. So we know what happens after school when we're out in the streets, running the streets. So closing that gap by having a more solid and controlled home environment in the school, whether it's, with the early education all the way to, to our teens, having programs after school, allowing them to have, teachers in the classroom help them with their homework, so they don't have an excuse of not making their homework, and then also having, mentorship programs and having more time to focus on their social skills as well. So I think that's a very good idea here.
All right, well, I heard you talk about moms, but we need to actually focus on the women. We need to reform and have maternity leave that actually makes sense. My friend, he grew up in Germany, campaign manager, I guess you can say, and he talks about how women have like 10 years off and then they get to go back to their jobs. It's disgusting how little we take care of our women, and that if we actually took care of them, then the children would be taken care of. So, but I do agree that education is very important, and we need to completely redo the system, in my opinion. It kind of just constructs little factory workers. So I can, there you go.
I'm kind of frustrated with this whole issue. Because I look at all these questionnaires, the labor unions, and everybody's got this issue about child care and postpartum and all this stuff about women. But yet they keep endorsing candidates and elected officials that have no clue about the impact of keep doing the same old thing and expecting something different. When will we get the testicles to have the guts to do something different and fight with people who are willing to fight for and with us? We've got to get to the point where if we expect a child to grow, to be something, daycare ain't even an issue. If they get to school and they're not being taught to write, they can't spell, they can't read, we've got to fight the elementary issues of the necessity. Before we went to preschool, we could write our name. Y'all remember the green paper where you wrote 1, 2, 3, 4? We've got to do a whole system reboot. They are trying to build, and I close with this because I don't want to be long-winded. I want to be direct-winded. They are trying to do a labor-intense reboot. If I don't educate you, I can make you do whatever I need you to do.
This issue is something that's near and dear to my heart. As a two-time serving Wayne Westland school board member, I know the plight of the people in our community, and I think we need to take care of our people from cradle to grave. And public education is the most important thing we have. In the city of Detroit, you have a lot of single-family households that it's hard for them to get a job, to support their family and watch their kids. I think we need to have, education and food. Not only that, but a big thing in our school district is a lot of our kids are getting free breakfast and lunch, because if the poverty level is above 50% of the kids in the school, we get help with the food. So it's not just about the education, but some of the kids are not getting proper food. So I think as a society, we need to take care of our kids from the time they're born so they can become productive member of society and contribute in a positive way. That is shameful on our country for turning our backs on our kids and our single mothers and our families that are struggling to pay their bills. Because if we build strong people, we will have a retirement system that hopefully they can pay into and support us when we get of old age. I just think that we got to do better for our kids. Thank you.
Before we go on to the next question, I just want to say as a researcher, I'm sure many of us have this as common knowledge, but many City of Detroit kids do go over the border to other cities. to be educated. We have Star Academy and Chandler Park Academy in Harbor Woods. So there's a way that we need to look at pooling our budgets together. There's so much resources that are spent that are not spent back. And I think if we look at reciprocity, we'll see more circulation. I just had to put that in because, you know, we're talking about.
I was holding on.
There's been a lot of reference here to the extent of poverty in our country. And we're already hearing, and we'll hear more hoopla about the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence and so on. But there's a disconnect here, and I just invite each of you to address it. And the disconnect, I think, comes up around the question of why is there so much poverty? 250 years into proclamations of the greatest country in the history of the world, we're here having an important discussion, a lot of which is about how extensive is poverty. Is that going to be the discussion 250 years from now? Is it going to be the discussion 5 years from now, 10 years from now, and 20 years from now? And if it's not, how is that going to happen?
I'll go ahead and start with that. I mean, I haven't been around all 250 of the years. But, you know, I came here in 1979 with my family as a little boy, and we lived, you know, when I hear some people's poor stories, I'm like, you were rich. You know, we grew up in the utility rooms, all 6 of us. And in that utility room was a hot water tank, washer and dryer, and the furnace, and 2 beds. And I was the oldest of 4 siblings and my parents. 2 years we lived in that room. So I know poverty firsthand, and it moves me. So I've lost everything several times, but I've made it back. And this country still has the opportunity. If you want to work your ass off, if you want to work and you want to make a difference in your family's financial stake, you can do it. I don't care if you're black, brown, yellow, pink, gay, lesbian, whatever it is you are. Nobody will stop you in this district because I will fight for you. If somebody comes after you for whatever reason, I will fight for you. But you got to fight for yourself first and foremost because nobody's going to hand you anything. If you want to get rich in this country, you got to work hard and you got to fight the fight because everybody is against you. You got to do it yourself. And, you know, everybody you think you can count on, forget about them. It's strangers that come out and help you. In every business I've ever started, it was always strangers that supported. Everybody I thought I could count on was never there. It's ironic, every entrepreneur I talk to has the same story. So you got to get out there, you got to work hard, and you know, you got to pay your dues, and you got to put in your sweat equity. And you'll get, the harder you work, the luckier you'll get, because you need a little bit of luck. Thank you. I guess I could go on that one forever.
Let me make it real clear. For all those of you who are not black, it's not that easy. For those of you who have not woke up to the racist America, it's not that easy. As the largest black newspaper in the country, I got a call last year from the Vice President of the United States and her people telling me my own mayor and governor's people was giving them pushback about supporting me. Thanks to the boldness of them, they said, Gary, do they know that you are with us and we see you more than we see them? So poverty is at the hands of those who don't want to see others excel. Every time he says he moved here in '79, somebody's anger about him being an immigrant pops in their head, which would cause a disconnect of his wealth to be even harder. So I don't go for this bull, that we all get the opportunity as the white girl to have this 4-bedroom house with the picket fence. Because we can't even get the loan. We can't move in the neighborhood if we got the money. So let's be serious about this. We got to stop this hate on people who did nothing to us. Every brown person in this room did nothing to me. But every white person is connected to somebody white who's tried one way or another, whether you like it or not, to dismiss the black future. And I can educate you more when we got more time.
I understand, not in that way, but as a woman, like, I have struggles that you don't, and I don't ever say that I understand what a black person can go through, because black women have to work the hardest because they are on the bottom of the totem pole with everything in life, because women couldn't even have a bank account till 1974. So that was all women too. So women are more behind than men. I know it's hard to see as a man, but besides that, poverty, I think, is because people aren't educated, and because, like you were saying, the unions are pushing them into the labor force. As I said, they just want little factory workers. So, sorry, I just needed to respond to you because you called me out for being the white girl. I don't deny it, okay? But I worked hard. My family didn't give me anything. I live in Detroit all by myself. So, not that I didn't have the privilege of being a white girl. But, yeah, I think we need to put more time and focus into our kids and education, because we all need to be equal, and like I said, universal basic income, because that would just help everybody, and profit sharing. We shouldn't have corporations that have an excess amount of money while we have people sleeping on the street. So, okay.
Candidate McKinney came in, so to give him a breath, we'll catch you up in a second. Candidate Reeves, please.
Thank you very much. So I don't think anyone came to the actual answer of the question. The question is, why is there poverty, and how do we bring people out of poverty? Our anger about poverty is not going to drive us out of poverty. The acknowledgement about the sources are not going to drive us out of poverty. We need people who can create solutions that can drive us out. So what we spoke about earlier is not having handouts. We're not asking for a handout, we're asking for a hand up. And so what does that look like? Let's see what it doesn't look like, okay? It doesn't look like city council taking high property tax values from low-income households, giving it to wealthy billionaires, and building sandcastles downtown that they call as office buildings. That doesn't build GDP. GDP is built by having small businesses that you support in our neighborhoods, and growing those small businesses, and those small businesses becoming larger and larger. If you look at the Black Wall Street back in Tulsa, Oklahoma, you said a single dollar would circulate 19 times before it left that community. We spend, as Detroiters, $3 billion in the suburbs. That's $3 billion with a B. That's an entire city council budget. Not to mention, city council gives hundreds of millions of dollars to businesses that don't live in the city of Detroit. And the money that we do spend in Detroit don't belong to residents. So what I've been proposing to city council, and city council has invested over $500,000 in the proposals that I've given to city council, are two things. Number one, we have to have revenue streams other than our own. We want to have a local sales tax downtown, so that when people come here for the NCAA Final Four, or for the NFL draft, that when they come and spend money, we collect that money for ourselves and we invest it in our neighborhoods. And number two, we want to have a sovereign wealth investment fund for Detroit residents, because not every resident can be a business owner, but every resident can own equity in a business where they spend money. So we want to have residents who own equity in small businesses in our neighborhood. We want to start providing financing for our small business in our neighborhood. We don't have to worry about going to outside entities. We can do everything within ourselves. And so all that is very much possible here in the city of Detroit. And these are proposals that I've done to city council as a private individual. So when I'm elected to state senate, you can only imagine what our future is going to look like. Thank you so much.
Responses to roots of poverty and how to alleviate it in the 13th congressional district.
Oh,
This one is.
this one good.
Would we like to be fair and give him a 2-minute introductory statement?
Okay. Okay. How's everybody doing this evening? Good, good. Glad to be amongst you all. Sorry for the tardiness. Man, we are fixing the roads. It's a lot of construction happening, coming from another event in Taylor. But yes, I was about to introduce myself. Donovan McKinney. I'm Donovan McKinney. I'm a current state rep out of 11th House District, Northeast Detroit, South Side of Warren. Oh yeah, okay. Now I'm running to be your next congressman in Michigan's mighty 13th district, which includes this area. But got an amazing wife at home. We have 3 beautiful children, ages 4 and younger. So we got our hands full. I got to thank her every single day for allowing me to do this work and run for a higher office. But more importantly, while we're here and while I'm running, it's about citizenship. It's about, right now, we're going back in the Jim Crow. And if you guys know what I'm talking about, y'all know. How many people heard about the Voting Rights Act decision that came down last week from the Supreme Court? People think that these detention centers is about our immigrant, migrant communities, our brown brothers and sisters and family members. No. It's about all of us, people that look like us in this room. And if you're not a part of the original voter in our U.S. Constitution, who are white Protestant men who own property, if you're not a part of that group, your citizenship and your privilege to vote are, I'm gonna be honest with you, you all have privileges that are being slowly taken away and rolled back right in front of our eyes. And so for me, this is about meeting the moment. Of course, we're going through economic turmoil, affordability crisis, you name it. I can tell you all these candidates up here are going to stress that. But in reality, what we need to do right now, more than any moment in history, is to come together collectively, stop all the culture wars, and fight back against this fascist and racist regime we're living under. Yes. And so that was my introduction, but should I just go answer the question? Okay, because I don't want to take up too much time. So to alleviate poverty, I mean, really simple on a federal level, we need a federal jobs guarantee that we can absolutely do. We need housing policy. We need to make sure that people aren't burdened with college debt. People aren't burdened with healthcare debt. So I'm a big proponent for Medicare for all, a big proponent of universal child care. I talked about my children. We pay more in child care every month for our oldest son, just for one child, than we do our mortgage. I have seniors with fixed income who call me on a daily. I talk about this all the time. And I'm gonna be honest with you, they don't have the means to continue on. It's sad but true that we have folks who are not just surviving but barely scraping by, if not that. And we have DTE bills that are continuously skyrocketing. I got seniors on fixed income who show me their bills. It went from $200 to the next month, $800, with no change in their energy usage. Why in the hell is that? It's because we allow these corporations to take advantage of our people. And so, we're running a grassroots campaign. We're not taking any corporate PAC money in this campaign. We are doing what we can do on behalf of our people, putting us first. And with that being said, I don't know if I want to take too much. Yeah.
Thank you. Next question. Please feel free to write down questions on 3x5 cards. We will break after a moment, and we will be introducing Ms. Brown, but a couple more rounds of questions.
Don't beat me up, audience. I'm an early childhood specialist. That means I understand brain development. Question: when is a child a child? At what age? When you build a house, what do you start with? And if you start with it, you want to make sure that what? And then you go forward to build the other levels. If you got the last, did you get the question? Because I'm in and out. Did you guys get the question? I didn't get it. When is a child a child? For instance, no child left behind. What does that mean? When is a child a child? If you build a house, what do you start with? What do you ensure is solid before you build any other levels? That means the walls, what have you. That's my question.
The minute a mother or father is able to dialogue between the child and their adult, education, enunciation, pronunciation. If you're going from No Child Left Behind, they were talking about school kids. I think we as parents initiate the love, the respect, and what we call home training. And what we're missing in America today is elementary home training.
Best. You know, these philosophical questions, but a child is a child. As a father of 4 children, from the moment, you know, me and my wife talked about having a baby, a child's a child. We planned, you know, where we're going to put the kid, what room, we have the means to provide for the child. You know, and you are right about the foundation. The foundation starts from day one. When that child's born, you got to make sure that kid has good food, a loving household, a safe environment, and you know, I've been blessed to have a strong family unit that takes care of our kids. And a child is a child twice in their life. You know, I got to experience my dad as he got older, and he started acting like a kid, and I loved him even more. So, you know, we're a child when we're a little kid, and we're a child when are in our old age. And those are the people that are most vulnerable, and those are the people we have to fight hardest for, our kids and our seniors, because those are our 2 childhoods. And if we build a strong foundation with the kids, they'll take care of us when we're kids. Thank you.
Making sure that no matter who you are, you have a life that's worth living. I can take it in many different ways. One, the suicide rate among our youth is at an all-time high. And they have lost hope. They have lost community. I remember, I tell it all the time, every time I have a chance to talk in front of a group of people. I remember growing up, there used to be intergenerational talks. I remember riding my bike on the other side of town and hanging out with my older cousins, and guess what? If we got in trouble, the community dealt with us right then and there. By the time we got back home, and boy, oh boy, we better get home before the streetlights come on, we got dealt with again. Now we are afraid to have those conversations. We're afraid to hold each other accountable. I have seniors who tell me, they're like, yo, I don't talk to these kids. I'm scared of them. I remember literally the elders of the community, come on and stoop, come on the porch, sit down, let me tell you about life. Where in the hell has our community gone? Where is the love? You can't legislate this. It has to come from all of us. And so I'm literally charging you guys with this. Start talking to one another again. This literally has destroyed us. I got next door neighbors who live next to each other when I'm campaigning, haven't said one word besides a greeting in 10, 15 years. I remember when my mom had to work 3, 4 jobs just to try to get us at a stable position. She used to call our neighbor on the corner, say, hey, can you check in on my kids and make sure they eat? How many people have community? It takes a village, right? Where in the hell is the village? When we all scared of one another, when we're all closed in, closed up. And so I'm telling you, I can't legislate that. I can't. But what I can tell you is I'm going to provide every single opportunity to love on somebody, to hug them, to greet them, to nurture them. When you talk about children being children, I not only look at my kids, I look at every single one of your kids And our grandkids. Oh, okay, yeah. But you guys know where I'm going with it. It's on us. We all we got. Especially now with this orange man, this racist regime we living under, y'all. Come on, y'all. Let's do it.
I would like to emphasize, as I bring this microphone back and having, I'm sorry, get anybody, educational background with Juvette, often we measure children through the deficit model, neurotypical models. We overcategorize them. They're never quite children when they have symptoms, right?
I think a child should always be a child to you if you're a parent, but the foundation would be the mother, in my opinion. So expanding maternal rights and things like that, and focusing on that. I mean, I forgot what I was going to say because everybody's talking. And education, like we were talking about earlier. I think even parents need to be educated. Like when you're pregnant, they don't really teach you about breastfeeding. I only was successful with breastfeeding because I had to tell my mom, go away, I got this. I read enough books, but it was because I took my time and energy into doing that. It wasn't really taught. And breast milk is the best for your children. It's the most healthy, but they push formula because it's money and the lobbyists, everything like that. So I think we should look at children not as property as we have for a very long time. Animals actually had cruelty rights before children did because people used to just beat their kids and then they would be scared. So then we just continue on with this intergenerational trauma. So we really need to focus on children and teach them emotional intelligence as well so that they don't continue on to damage the next generation as the older generations kind of have. I know it was different back then, but you can admit and just take accountability for the things you did to your children, and then we can all grow, and we have to talk about things to grow. So
Thank you.
Yeah, so So a few things. So my background, my heritage, my father's from West Africa, from Liberia. My name, Toinu, comes from our Pele tribe. And so I understand that saying has come over here that takes an entire village, but it's the absolute truth in our community. And there's a literal council of elders that when you have a problem, you have to walk up to them, explain why you thought what you did was right. They won't even say yes or say no. They won't even bat an eye. If they nod, that means you get approval. If they don't say anything, it's time for you to shut up and go into the corner, okay? So that's how that actually operates, and that's what has that continuity. And I do believe it starts, from before birth, where it's not just the mother by herself. It's the mother, her elder sisters, her aunts on both sides of the family, her parents, her mother-in-law. Everybody is helping to nurture her through her first pregnancy. But I also want to take this opportunity to highlight one part of our broken system. That's our foster care system. So the second question is, when does a child no longer a child? And at the age of 18, our foster children are just pushed out into the world. And we're no longer responsible for you. Good luck. We have children who live in their houses well past the age of 26 years old in today's society. And we understand that the way that our education system is structured, it's not structured for helping individuals to cope with social skills. It's focused on just getting them to have high test scores and to put them into college and to come out of college and go and work. And we have to spend a lot more time, and as an academic, I'm a PhD candidate myself right now, and I can say in our K through 12 education, we spend far too much time on STEM. I shouldn't say STEM, but it is on STEM, and all these technologies, these little gadgets. We need to spend less time on that, the basics, reading, writing, arithmetic, and social skills. We should focus a lot on that and care a lot more for our foster children far beyond the age of 18.
Thank you.
Question from the panel before we have some food for the mind and food for the belly.
I think a lot of us, including, the candidates and those of us in the audience, have a sense, and it's been expressed here a lot, of the limits of what elections can do, of things that aren't legislated, and even if they were, don't address some of the fundamental problems we face. So I'd like to hear each of you say a little bit about working and building community outside of the electoral system itself.
Since it was your question, then we'll answer both of y'all at the same time. Our biggest issue is a disconnect. People that don't hear the people. The reason why people are not answering the question, they're not hearing you. They want you to hear them. The substance of the lack of us hearing one another is causing the disconnect. You asked a very pivotal question in the beginning regarding the North and the South. Half of the issues is us against them. I don't even have to know that he's new to our country. I don't have to know she's from Illinois. They should be able to speak about the issues that affect all of us without having to link a past to a future, without the discrimination coming from each mind that is teaching us every day. If it's not you, then there's something wrong with you. There's something wrong when immigration have become the #1 issue in a community that never had that issue. I grew up in the real Southwest Detroit on the other side of Schaefer. Do your GPS. You do not get south until you get south. You can't call the west side of Detroit, Southwest Detroit, and then discriminate against them saying, I graduated from Western High School. I think there was 56 languages at the time. I hated to learn at least 5 of them. Ola Koma Star and all the rest of that stuff. We used to have to type, 62 words every minute. And now we've taken all that out and replaced it with hate. And let me close with this, because I don't want to be long as Donovan. We've got to understand loving folk that are different. And if we don't stop this hating folk you don't have a damn clue about, to love folk who hate you, explain that one to me. I'm going to hate the Mexican who's done nothing to me and love the orange man who's done everything.
Question was how to build community, just to reiterate. Wherever I've went in my life, I've just had this ability to build community. And it's always started with the conversation, being nice to people, listening to them, finding out about their life, about where they live, what's going on. I bought a house on the street Eminem grew up on the east side, on Dresden, on 8 Mile. And I bought it to hit a milestone in my real estate career. If I had a couple more houses sold, I would get stock back from eXp Realty where I worked at. And I bought cheapest house I could find on the market. It happened to be on Dresden. It was burned out. And I found out, you know, what happened in that house and the story. And I started talking to the neighbors, and I rehabbed that house. I spent triple what the average house is selling for in the neighborhood because I wanted to build it like I was going to live there. There's a family that lives there today, and that's building community. I helped put a roof over their head. I helped that neighborhood because the sewers kept backing up for years, and I kept having to have a guy come out there and snake, and he kept saying it's at the city sewer, but I worked with the city of Detroit. It took me 1.5 years, and we finally fixed the problem. There hasn't been a sewer backup in there, and I believe the young lady's name is Sasan, and I can't recall it, but that's how you build community. You talk to people, you help people, but the more I've helped people, the stronger my community got. And I was even able to give a dying child her last wish because of that investment I made in building that community. I befriended a stranger 10 years prior to when that little girl needed that miracle wish, and I was able to give it to her because of that community, that relationship I built with a stranger, and by offering to help her.
How do you change the world? One random act of kindness at a time. It's pretty simple. All these answers have something in common. You just serve people. That's it. Not to get anything in return, but just go out here and serve people. And so that's what we've been doing. I've served this community long before I became a state rep. He can tell you, we've been out here serving these streets and helping our families and kids and connecting them with resources since I was like 8 years old, since I did my first walk for hunger. This is in us, it's in our DNA. But these phones and what the mass media will tell you is we so damn divided. In reality, we're not. There's more commonalities between all of us than there are differences. I really do truly believe that. And I get to serve, graciously serve in the State House right now. And in Lansing, even though you might not see it, there's some common ground being had and made in conversations behind closed doors. But we need folks in these positions that are willing to have courage. And courage to me doesn't necessarily mean the absence of being afraid. Courage means even if, when, and if you are afraid, you still do the right thing on behalf of the people. And so we don't necessarily have a connection problem. We have a courage problem. Because people, even when they want it, even if they feel it in their bones and their DNA, they want to do the right thing. They don't feel like they have the courage to do the right thing. And so we have to make sure that doing the right thing is popular. It means something. It is valued. And so we all have it in us to serve. So just bottom line, just go serve people, no matter what position you're in. You have the ability to do so. Use your God-given talents and abilities to help. That's it.
I just wanted to say 2 more responses. Then we have the Poet Laureate of Flint, also a native Detroiter, some refreshments, and then please, your questions as well. So we will return in the second portion will be your questions.
Hello. I'm going to have to disagree with you, homeboy, a little bit on that side, okay? So when he's talking about people not having the courage, he's talking more about his friends in Lansing that don't have the courage to fight for us in the city of Detroit. Because we have people in the streets every day that show immense courage in standing up for our rights. And we're here. And so we got 10 people in my particular race, the 2 of us sitting here right now. Almost none of them, maybe just a few of us, actually do community work on the east side of Detroit. Every one of them, and I'll say this much, they jump into the race last minute. It's like that Michael Jackson Thriller video, all the zombies coming out of nowhere. They just come out because I heard Senator Chang can't run anymore. That shows you how irresponsible they are. She couldn't run 4 years ago. That was her last race. It takes you 4 years to realize that she can't run anymore? That's how irresponsible you are. And we want to come into the Senate and do what? Go and make a bunch of friends. And the reason we don't get anything done, the reason why people have such low voter turnouts, how do you win elections? Look at all the endorsements I got. If you look at anybody in the race, these are all my endorsements. These are the people that I worked for. These are all my little friends. You haven't done anything in our community. It should be a law that you have to have at least 1, 2, 3 community organizations that are active in your community. And if you can't demonstrate from those people that you've been active in the last 4 years, you cannot be on the ballot. And then we would solve that problem quick, fast, and in a hurry. I go back to just not the courage part. When we look at our elected officials, I call it the Wizard of Oz syndrome. You have some elected officials that don't have the brains. They just do whatever lobbyists tell them to do. You have some of them that they know what right from wrong, but they just don't care about Detroit residents. Some of them don't even live here. And then those who don't care, there are some that know and some that care, but they don't have the courage. So all 3 of those are what we find in our elected officials. And we have to start throwing out those individuals and finding our grassroots individuals who represent us and put those individuals in office.
Okay, he came out swinging. I actually, since you guys brought up the word courage, I am a member of the Courage candidates, and we've all taken the oath to impeach Donald Trump on day one if we get elected. And it's good to be an outsider, I believe. Like he said, he has friends in Lansing, and you don't like to step on people's toes. But I don't care to do that because I'm a complete outsider in the community, and like you called me out for being a white girl. I'm normally the only white girl in the room a lot of the time, so I deal with it. And building community, that's what I've done, because like I said, I think I said it, I moved out here in 2020. I have no family besides my 2 children and the father of my children. Everyone I have met basically has been off social media, and I love social media because without it, I probably wouldn't have had a lot of friends growing up because I was always stuck in the house. So I know how to build community from the ground up on a personal level, and I like to fight the man. I got fired from Ichiban because I called them out for doing illegal stuff, and they have a labor charge against them. I was friends with everybody, but at the end of it, they turned on me, but I still stood up for what's right. Okay.
Before we break, I would like to introduce my lovely, lovely friend, poet laureate of Friends, Mrs. Samaj Brown. She has done tremendous work within the community as well. She will be presenting a little bit in 5 minutes, and then we can break for refreshments. If there are still more questions to be given to Darwin, please do so. Within 5 minutes, we'll start questions from the audience. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Sananda. Good evening. Good evening, all. This has been quite the experience. Usually when you ask a poet laureate, they're going to read poetry. But I'm not here to read poetry. I'm here to talk about what's possible. Hello, Dr. Telfort. I'm here to talk about what's possible. So Flint, lead poisoned. Okay, let's talk about school to prison pipeline. We've been talking about that. It's in Detroit, it's in Flint. And so when I took the position, I could either read lovely poems and have these students all around me, completely illiterate, prepared to go into the prison system. It's quite purposeful because it's not that difficult to teach children how to read. This is not rocket science. So in Detroit, I'm from Detroit, Cass Tech, Wayne State, we have 5% literacy rate for 5th graders, 5%. So what that tells me is they are preparing our students for prison. There's no other answer. So what I did, I wrote a poem. I wrote a poem, and the poem is called Black Dandelion, and it was sent all around the world, and it was sent all around the United States by the Academy of American Poets. And young people wrote to me, and they identified with this poem because in the poem there are 3 assassinations. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and the Johnson boy who lives one street down that way, the Johnson boy. He was killed by the police for growing in a monochromatic landscape. The students, white, black, Asian, all identified with the poem. And they wrote letters to me, and they're published, they're online now. They wrote letters to me, and the letters were so compelling. I said, these voices need to be amplified, so I developed educational literacy and wellness program called Black Dandelion Convergent Voice. And it went to Togo, West Africa, it's in Ghana, it's in California, it's in North Carolina. The students, guess what? Test scores, since we're so interested in test scores went up for those schools that are using Black Dandelion Convergent Voice. And a young lady told me, she said, Mrs. Brown, once I studied this poem in my English class, I no longer wanted to unalive myself. And I was stunned. And I asked her why did she want to unalive herself. There was a scroll that long of abuse and trauma. She said, but when I read this poem, I saw myself in it. I'm a black dandelion. She said, and then I wrote this. because one of the requirements is that students learn how to write, and they read and they present. And so we've had 4 Black Dandelion forums where professors are writing papers and presenting, where students are writing poems, where art is being created, sculpture. I have partners with the Flint Institute of Arts and so many others. AT&T picked it up, and they took an excerpt and they licensed an excerpt for a national television commercial to celebrate generational Black excellence, and it ran for an entire year. It's called Dream in Black. And then Black Enterprise found out about it, and they picked it up, and they did 2 articles about it. And so what I'm saying is that just like we developed, when I say we, policymakers, legislatures, private industry, developed these incubator places to grow businesses, innovation. We need incubator places to grow education, because the educational system that we have right now is not working, and it hasn't worked for a very, 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 very long time. And we keep pouring into this obsolete paradigm that doesn't prepare our students to think. There's no critical thinking going on, and now there's no literacy, there's no reading. And I met this young man. He was working in Black Dandelion. He was one of the incarcerated students, because I work with 3rd graders all the way up to graduate students, professors, and the community at large. And he said to me, I'm 16 years old. I can't read or write. And we were standing eye to eye. And he said, but I'll write for Black Dandelion. And he grabbed a pen. I said, well, let's try. And he held his pen like this, because he had never, ever, he's in the system, he had never, ever really been taught how to hold an ink pen. So we got the special services he needed, and we followed through. Then this 14-year-old boy, he wrote to me, I'm a white boy from Wisconsin. I know this poem is focused in African American culture, but I feel like a Black Dandelion. No, my brother feels like a Black Dandelion, my youngest brother, because every day he gets beat up. So I had to go all the way back to New York, to the Academy of American Poets, from which they were the one that distributed this through the Dear Poet Project, and get services for this child in Wisconsin for his entire family. The poem has had so much impact, and it's not just the poem, it's the, we call it pedagogy and andragogy. It's the method of teaching behind the poem. It's the learning innovation, award-winning. It's called PSL, Poetry as a Second Language, the Samajian method. I want you to know the name, Black Dandelion. It's here in Detroit. It was at Frederick Douglass School here in Detroit. It was at East Point Library in Detroit. It was on Dr. Gloria House, for those of you who may know Dr. Gloria House and Aurora Harris. They were workshopping Black Dandelion. It's going everywhere. And what I did, let me tell you one last thing, because we're talking about organizing community here, aren't we? Aren't we talking about that? I had no resources. I only had this resource. I'm a resource. You're a resource. And I look at you like that. Human capacity that needs to be organized. So what did I do? I talked to retired teachers and parapros, and I said, we need a word force. I need a reading word force to be with me, to go with me into the schools, to help the teachers and teach this Black Dandelion and teach literacy. And the social workers took it over. And now it's in Contra Costa County at Children and Family Services Division for foster care students, and the social workers are using it. Because literacy and wellness are tied together. We have to stop splintering everything. It's been wonderful. Thank you.
The funny thing is, you forget to mention the literacy program that you're developing around voting. Isn't life funny? That's beautiful. Yeah, Mrs. Brown is developing a literacy program around voting.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, we forgot about that. but
Black dandelion votes. One of the problems we have, we're always feeling very bad that we don't have any, people aren't voting at a large percentage. Well, they can't vote. They're illiterate. And I want to say something. My husband is the root. He's the soil that all the seed is planted in. Thank you very much, Dr. James Brown, for supporting this.
Thank you, Mrs. Brown. You're dangerous. So, Mr. Griffin, would you mind taking over now? This will be the public questions part. So I'm going to stay safely back. If you'd like to eat first, yeah, would you like to mention?
All right, we do have some light refreshments in the back. So I know that a lot of people have been going back there getting some refreshments, but they're right back there where that gentleman right there is with the cameraman and where you see that young lady with the hat on. Just wave your hand. You see right in that room back there. So we can get you a chance to break, get some refreshments, come back, and then I've got the questions that you've submitted to me that we can ask once we come back getting something refreshments to eat. And I was voluntold, we're giving you 90 seconds to do that.
Excuse me, sir. Thank you.
Spam calls all the time. Non-stop. If I didn't get, I get between 100 and 150 calls a day. I can show you in my phone.
Yeah, man, I was still
Okay, and yourself? Hi, how are you? No problem. Thank you.
I'm proud of all my Wait, my 240. What's up? Oh yeah, because I talked to Miss Julie, because I got a call. So I'm doing about the same thing. Like there was a couple days ago, she wanted me to do something for her grandson. So I'm thinking when I talk to her, I'm like good with technical. And she's like, my bad.
This man here,
So,
Don.
hey, what up, baby?
We good. This guy here is the reason why we have a union for home care, health care right now.
Oh, yeah, we push, baby.
We push, we
Snyder
fought.
overturned that shit. We put it back.
Audience, I believe. And Mr. Griffin will be moderating. Thank you, Mrs. Brown.
No. That they submitted.
Stand up in the light right there. So it's good to have them in the you can hear them, but see.
But see, I'm not giving their name, I'm just asking the question that they submitted to us.
Okay.
So we're not recognizing them as far as saying who
So
it
we're
was.
going back to the candidate.
Then I'll ask the candidates the questions based on these questions.
Right, okay, all right. So it's
Yeah.
right.
Did you read it?
The lady with the gold chain.
Okay, can we ask everybody to settle down? Because we only have a few more minutes left. And I want to try and get to as many questions as we can. Okay.
Our two interns here are going to be live streaming from here.
Nada? Okay, nada? All right. Okay, I'm gonna take a point of privilege right quick and do this because we want to make certain that all of the questions, that we can kind of get to as many of these questions that you've submitted. And again, appreciate all the questions that you have submitted, but we want to try and get as many questions answered as we possibly can. So I'm gonna ask this first question. Bless you. The first question I want to ask is that, how do you plan to address the mental health crisis in our community? Do everybody understand the question? So primarily, how do you plan to address the mental health crisis in our community?
Education. Honestly, we just have to teach people how to deal with their feelings, and I know that mental health isn't always just your feelings, but it starts out at a young age. Trauma is what causes a lot of mental health, and drugs, and not teaching people like how to cope with their emotions. So I guess, or do you not want me to talk a long time?
Well, we're just going to give everybody at least about a 2 minute.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. You sounded like you wanted to go faster. But
it might be, yes, I think that is. So we'll give you a minute.
Okay.
Because we got to try and get to as many of these as we can. So we'll just ask your questions to be short and sweet.
Okay.
So yeah, what I would say is I think it's definitely a cultural issue. That's something that we need to start addressing in the schools. When it comes to our children, as I mentioned to you before, we spend a lot of time on academic performance and on preparing them for the job force, preparing them for going to college, or those sorts of things. I think we spend a little bit less time on some of the academics inside the school, and offer a lot more time and space inside the classrooms for addressing social skills, not just in terms of mental health, but also in terms of how children can grow up in a society and how they can interact with one another. So starting in the school system, making it important to children and also to their parents and helping them to understand, I think is also something that we shouldn't necessarily have as a stigma, as a mental health issue, just as an issue that we want to address as a society.
Okay, thank you.
First of all, we're going to teach y'all how to stop walking in front of the cameras. This is a feed for other people to see what we're talking about and what you've brought together. So if y'all could get all of your little friends to stop walking in front of the camera, y'all gonna drive me crazy. I'm gonna be mental. Everything in here where the lights are, don't walk this way, walk around. So when Tim puts this out, it's professional looking. It's not, he ain't gotta keep cutting your little head out. Thank you. That's the first way how we get rid of the crazy.
You got 30 seconds left, Gary.
See, now he want to really make me go crazy. Let me say this. Until we get politicians to stop talking about what they're doing, but show us by what we are affected by, we're going to all stay crazy. Stop telling me, Sheree, including Donovan, what you're doing. Show me by literally my life changing, my son's life changing, my goddaughter's life changing. Because if I don't feel it, we just had the House, we just had the Senate, we had the governor's office. And I don't know, and nobody told me during the break, not one damn thing that changed Detroit or Hamtramck or Westland or none of the rest of it. We've got to get back to being real, y'all. Stop this bull.
That's a very good question on mental health. I think it's a national crisis that needs a national answer because, the prisons are not the places where we're going to help people. And that's what's happening with people with mental issues. They're sending them to prison and they're treating them like animals. And that's not what they need. We got to do better. Mental health is something that affects a lot of people. And there is a stigmatism in a lot of communities. They keep it hidden in the closet. But in order to get help, sometimes you have to speak up and ask for help. And you as family members that don't have mental issues, if you see your family members struggling through a depression or a dark phase in their life, you gotta get involved. Don't wait for them to ask you for help. I hate that. Oh, I didn't know you needed help. You didn't see me out there struggling. You've seen I need help. Don't wait for people to ask for help. Man up, human up, woman up, and help where you see it needs it. Don't wait for people to ask.
Thank you.
Last summer, I ran into a constituent who was on the street. Oh, can you guys hear it? Okay. Okay. And so he came up to me because I was suited and booted that day. I had a bunch of meetings. And I ran into this pot belly to just grab a sandwich for lunch. And he needed something to eat. So my grandmother raised me on the principle, never fight the urge to give. So I strive to live every day by that principle. So I was like, man, he asked for something. I was like, yeah, man, I got you. Come on. So I got him 2 sandwiches. We started to chop it up a little bit. And then he said, listen, I need some help. I said, what type of help do you need? He said, man, I've been stuck on these drugs, man, really alcohol and on the hard white stuff for the past 18 years off and on. I said, man, okay. He was like, I really want to get some help. Okay, listen, I got to tell this quick story, though. He said, I really need some help. And I'm like, all right, cool. So I put him in I was like, you really want some help? He's like, yes. So I took him to one of the mental health facilities. And I seen it firsthand because I legislated, but this is the first time I've seen it firsthand live. All the paperwork that you have to fill out, the red tape to get help from the federal and state government, it is insane. If I wasn't there holding his hand and I stayed with him for 5 hours for him to get treatment, I know I gotta go. But like, it is like insane how inefficient the system is. And when people actually need the help, they don't necessarily get it because it's just too much at all at one time. So I just want to put that out there.
Here you go.
My name is Nada Del Gamouni. I am the Global Education Director for the International Institute. And I moved here to, I think Michigan, hello Michigan, and Detroit special is a very place. And I love it from the moment I stop in. But I tell you, now I cannot even retire. I am 80 years old, still running down to the International Institute. I love what I am doing, otherwise I will be the most miserable person on earth because I am growing old in this country. This is awful. I hurt my knee in Thanksgiving. Went to a clinic, $2,800. They give me little things I can't do it myself, like a sleeve to my knee. Cost me $517 each. And the doctor just say hello and goodbye for 10 minutes. This has to stop. That's what I would like you to talk about seniors. Just give me some information what you're doing for seniors.
We have mics.
Okay.
I'll take it. Thank you.
Let's be honest. All of us who were raised by a mother and father, I literally was in the living room when my mother was having a stroke. So I witnessed firsthand saving my mother's life. My father, she passed. My father was 87 years old when he died. I wish he was still here to fuss at me. You know, you hate it when it's happening, but those of you who got mom and daddy fussing at you, let them fuss, because you're going to miss that hollering voice, and my daddy could holler. We've got to stop doing this. Every candidate that I know of, go to a senior building, give them a hot dog and a hamburger, tell them to vote for them, and they leave them and abandon them. When they had the free boxes, they showed up with the free boxes and they abandoned them. Thanks to Mayor Sheffield, she is changing the dynamics of the senior buildings and the senior housing availability. We need state legislators that would give her the budget to do more, because she has the heart to do it. Until we get people that's willing to have the heart to do stuff. All right, tap me if it's been 1 minute. Tap us. Please tap us when we 1 minute. Tap the hell out of us.
You got a hell of a tap, sir.
So we're going to get one more response to that question, then we're going to the next question.
I believe we should take care of our people from cradle to grave. I believe Medicare for all should be a baseline. You should still be able to keep your private insurance if you got great private insurance, such as some of the unions that have fought hard and negotiated for great private insurance. Seniors are struggling for basic necessities. She stated she had to pay $2,000 for a knee injury that she had. We got to do better than that. You know what? I don't know her financial situations, but I do know a couple of my people's situations, and they're putting it on their credit cards, and the interest rate is exorbitant. I had a problem with a loan shark. I was a victim of a loan shark. But what the credit card companies are doing to our country and to our seniors and to our people is insane, and it's got to stop. Healthcare for all. And we got to take care of our people, especially the most vulnerable, our children and our seniors.
Okay, we got another question up here. We got, hang on.
My brother, come on, calm down, brother. Okay?
Calm down.
Calm
down.
No one answered her question. I just want to make sure I answered.
Hold on 1 second. We got another question. I want to make sure we get to this question. So hang on. They can talk to you about it afterwards, all right? Okay, this young lady has a question.
Okay, so this question is for those that will be representing or who are actually running to represent the city of Detroit. Detroit is one of the only cities, one of the few cities that has double taxation, meaning if I live here and work here, I pay twice. What would you do to correct that? Because this is where poverty comes from. Whoever asks where does poverty come from, this is part of it.
Okay, so I did answer that question. I'm going to answer both questions, as a matter of fact, in my 1 minute. Okay. So first and foremost, when it comes to what are we going to do about the taxes, we pay income taxes, we pay property taxes. There's only one tax that people outside Detroit will pay. That's called the sales tax. So what I've already proposed to City Council is to have a local sales tax in Detroit for downtown only, so that we can tax people when they're coming for the NCAA tournament, coming for the Red Wings games. We can tax them. And so this is what they're already doing in New Jersey. New Jersey's having the FIFA World Cup. They're raising their local sales tax around the stadium by 50%. Now, we've been asking City Council, State Representative Senator Chang's office to start moving on it. They've been slow walking it. We need people who understand tax policy, who understand our needs, who can advocate for that. And coming to the answer to your question was, what are you doing right now for seniors? And like he said, yes, all of the elected officials are coming to ask for them to vote. I'm the one single candidate right now who's been in the senior buildings, who's been trying to mobilize them to create a coalition so that they can advocate for themselves. They're the best individuals to advocate for themselves, not somebody who's coming there to give them a chicken dinner.
What was your question again, or like just the?
So for the city of Detroit.
Oh, the taxing, right?
Contrary to what Toy New said, the city of Detroit employees pay twice for working in the city. So it's not a property tax. I'm not referring to that.
Yeah, 'cause
I
the
love
father
your
of my-
idea about the sales tax, but that doesn't address what I'm saying.
The father of my children works at JNAP, so yeah, he. I mean, didn't you already have your minute? Anyways, you tax corporations because Detroit and the city is very business friendly. It's not, infrastructure is horrible here, and it's because we give all of these big corporations a break. So instead of taxing the people, because I know the most tax in the city of Detroit is from income tax, so that's just the people. They literally pay it. So
Twice.
yes, exactly. So it's the businesses. They need to pay more. That's just how it is. We need to share profit sharing. No corporation should make a profit while people are poor, as you said.
When I lived in the city of Southfield and worked in the city of Southfield, I paid no city tax. In the city of Detroit, I paid twice.
Yeah,
So not just once, over and beyond what they do there, twice. Why and how is this?
That's a city regulation then. So
Okay, so I'm asking this panel, if you want me to vote for you, what are you going to do about
I
that?
said tax the corporations
Oh, no, I got
instead
you.
of you.
I heard
Okay,
you.
all right. I'm like, wait, girl.
You got one up on that one.
Let me
I'm
make
looking for you if I get you in there and you don't do it.
let me answer you without a combative spirit.
Are you saying I have a combative spirit?
No. You cut her off. I just listen to me good. I hate to alarm you, but it's 4 times. Have you looked at your county taxes? What bothers me is we used to have the lowest water bill of anybody. It might have been $30, $40. When my mother was growing up, it was $30, $40 for, what, 3 months? We let a mayor come in here and tax us on the water for where it falls. Parking lots. We let a mayor come in here and put drones over our houses. When you buy a house, you want privacy. Now they're zoning over it at the expense of you paying for the taxes. I'm gonna end it with this so we can go ahead and get out of here, and we just need to answer. And if we got some intelligent answer and be through with it. We just need to stop it. And we need to fight every entity, period. And the first thing we need to do is stop paying the state of Michigan to not give us our money back.
That's a whole nother pie. So the next question.
Hurry up.
Oh,
Hurry
I'm
up.
sorry. So the
One
next
last
question is regarding reparations. I would like to hear from each candidate. Do you believe that that's hoopla, or do you believe it's due to foundational African Americans? I'd like to hear an answer from everyone.
We'll start with Don. Go ahead first.
Oh, it's just due. I'm leading the work on reparations in the state legislature right now. You guys should be seeing that in the next few weeks. We've been working on it ever since my time in this legislature for the past 2 terms. Because of certain situation in politics, my reparations bill was blocked last term. This time, we got a coalition of folks on the ground. I don't know if you heard about the Freeman organization. We've been working with those brothers and sisters on the ground, and we're coming together on something. But we got to continue on the legacy of the late great John Conyers in this reparations fight. It's long overdue for our folks, but more importantly, we need resources. Bottom line, and right now, I keep telling you guys this, but it's so true. If we do not shape up and come together collectively, we're going to lose everything. There won't be no fight for reparations because we won't be citizens. They're taking that away right in front of our eyes. I don't care how much money you make. I don't care what your title is. I don't care what prestige award you have received in your life. If we do not come together right now in this moment, we all lose.
And that's why I have a program, it's called Community in Unity. Every month.
Okay.
I do in the institute, and I would like you to come to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nada.
Reparations would be great for this area, because it would help out the poorest of the poor here in our area. But where do you draw the line? You know, a lot of people in this country history were abused and used and taken advantage of, you know. So we have to see what is the best way. It's not just about giving somebody money for their forefathers' suffering. It's about helping them get an opportunity that, you know, that forefathers, like in the African American community where they didn't have that generational wealth, where they could pass on to you. You know, maybe we as a society can come up with ways to help, like with early childhood and, you know, cradle to, you know, grave, foundational, educational, healthcare stuff that we can help people. I'm for everybody getting rewarded for their past suffering.
Okay, y'all just heard the real
One
bull.
voice, one voice.
Y'all just heard the real bull. And this is what's wrong with our community. They want everybody to fight for them. Because certainly if immigration came to him, he's going to be crying for us. But when it comes to reparations, I was a part of that first Incorpora reparations committee from the federal, quite naturally because I worked for John Conyers. But for us to sit up here and hear white people and Hispanic people and everybody else think it's too much to give to us after every damn thing you got came off of the backs of black people. We built this country. We still suffering. And your insensitivity to understand that they've paid everybody reparations but black folk is arrogantly stuck on stupid, laying on lazy, and too crazy to get up and realize the sensitivity that you owe to your brothers and sisters that paved the way for all of y'all. There's not a white man, a brown man, a red man that has not benefited for you to be where you are. And you need to get it and understand it. Thank you.
So I actually served and supported the reparations task force here in the city council's city of Detroit. And that's not even a question that we have to necessarily ask, because that's completely within the city of Detroit's mandate in our ordinance to impose that. Now the question is, why haven't we as a city moved forward on that? And the task force, it had its issue. That's a different story. Not going to go into all of that. But we definitely know what has to be done. We don't have to ask anybody anything. We can just pass, and to be clear about that, this is not going all the way back into some other era of time long gone. This is talking about the harms that have been done to Detroit residents in the past 30, 40 years. That we haven't had all the redlining, all of the inequity in our education system. Even to this day, we had our Osborne students had to go and sue the state of Michigan, and Gretchen Whitmer has been talking about fixing the roads, and she hasn't even paid due on what's owed to our students in the Detroit public school system. So we don't have to go ask anybody for anything. It's time for our elected officials to start doing what's necessary and to start paying up. They still owe us $600 million for overtaxing us and refuse to pay that back. And they looking for excuses in Lansing why we can't pay it back because the governor. What are we talking about?
Time's up. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, this is the last answer to this question.
Oh yeah, I'm the last. I actually wrote a paper in 2023 on reparations. If you would have asked me probably 10 years ago, I would have said no, because I was an ignorant white girl, and that's why I'm a really big advocate for education. I mean, I was raised around a bunch of white people, so I had no idea of like the history, the real history, and moving to Detroit really helped me with that and going to college. But yes, I agree, because like you said, everybody else has gotten them. When I learned that Jewish people did for the Holocaust, I was like, that wasn't even that long of an experience in comparison. So education is really important to me because it taught me a lot, and I can admit where my faults are. And you just said that the reparations go to the poorest of the poor. That's literally calling black people the poorest of the poor. That was just really insensitive and horrible. So if you're running in the 13th congressional district, you should probably not say it like that.
All right, let's give all of the candidates a hand real quick. Okay, I'm gonna turn this over to Katrina Brown so she can wrap up, she can close us out.
We'd like to thank everyone for coming out tonight. We'd like to thank our sponsors, the International Women's Boxing Association, Spectrum Law Firm, the Native Son, Dr. John Telford. We would like to also thank Motor City Apparel and D Insurance. The last person that will be speaking is Mr. Tim Moore, DET IPTV.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming out. This has been a very different conversation. I have to say, I haven't heard some of the things that's discussed, but let me just say, when they talk about reparations, but let me say this first. When the so-called Native Americans came out of Russia, Mongolia, Siberia, and came across Alaska and down into the Americas, North, South, and Central, it was millions of black people already here. Millions, okay? Those are facts, it's indisputable. And so when you talk about, actually when you consider those people who came here out of Africa and migrated here before, just like they did all the other continents on the planet, they didn't have the immune system that the blacks who came later during the slave trade had, because they had been dealing with the Russians. But most of those blacks who came here during the slave trade, they were from what they call, if you look at a map from 200 years ago, they call it the land of Judah. West African. Why do they say that? Because the Africans there, they were the black Hebrew Jews that came out of the temple and came out of Spain and Portugal during the Inquisition. So they came here, mixed with the blacks that were already here, and they built this country, there's no doubt about it. So when you talk about, when they say they're going to give us reparations, they're not giving us a damn thing. They owe us. There would be no America without these core, these foundational black people. And so, but what they like to do, they like to keep us apart. But I'm going to tell you, anything that benefits black people benefits everybody else here, because at the end of slavery, they didn't educate poor white people. So when they had this educational system from the black churches, and they started teaching all these black folks, the people in power said, well, we can't have all these ignorant white folks, so they started public education. That's why we have public education. Okay, all the rights, I mean, everybody who came here decades ago, really at one point, white was only Anglo. Anybody that wasn't Anglo, Southern Spain, Eastern Europe, they weren't considered white people. But as the numbers decreased, they started giving people honorary white cards. So if you come here and discriminate the black people, then you're white. But they keep us apart, and if we come together, these corporations, we can really do some damage. But we need different kind of politicians that won't be bought out for these millions of dollars that these corporations have. Okay, now we're IPTV network. Internet TV is in the process of replacing cable. It's replacing satellite and antenna TV. But the big corporations, they don't like that. So they're trying to change the laws to make sure you don't continue to have a voice. But we're independent. We got some programs and education that everybody needs, not just black people, but white folks too. And if you go to Detroit IPTV, you'll find information that you can support what we're doing. Thanks for listening.
Thank you so much. We're going to have closing remarks from each of our candidates. We're going to make this just a quick 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
1 minute. 1 minute for each candidate, please. Closing remarks. Thank you.
Ladies first. She was the whole time.
Yes, yes, yes.
All right, guys, I'm Shelby Campbell. As you all know, I'm a little feisty, but we need that in Congress. We need people to stop just being buddy-buddy. I'm not here to make friends. I am here to change the world. I'm the next generation, and my mom and dad always said, when you're an adult, you can make the rules. So I want to do that. I never understood why everybody's so mean to each other, and I guess it's because your family's mean to you, and you learn that when you grow up, but I don't want the world to be like that. I raise my children to not hit, and when they get hit, I say, sometimes people's parents hit them, and I don't do that to you, but we're just gonna be nice. I don't eat meat, I take the bus, I care about the environment and actually live by that standard. I don't have a car anymore. Yes, I sold my car, I have a scooter, I need to get my tire fixed, but But I'm Shelby Campbell, and I'm a real person, so that's why y'all should vote for me. 13th Congressional District.
So yeah, just before I do my remarks, I'll do it within 1 minute. I just wanted to respond to our sister's question over here. She asked a question about how do we, about the double taxation for income taxes, and to kind of close up on that understanding, if we have a local sales tax, we can remove the income tax for the city of Detroit. This is what other states are doing. If you go to states like Washington or like Washington State, they don't have an income tax. States like Florida don't have a property tax. What you're looking at here right now is a candidate that has lived experience, having grown up on the east side of Detroit, born, raised, educated, and presently living on the east side of Detroit. An individual who has a unique skill set as an economist who can build economic policies that will empower our people. This candidate and this platform is about one thing and one thing only. That's about building wealth in our community. It is time for us to stop relying on other people to try and provide for us, because we spend more than enough money ourselves in this country. We spend $3 billion in the suburb. That's more than enough to build wealth among our community. And until we have our own wealth, they're going to continue to try and exploit
30
us.
seconds.
They're going to continue to try and exploit us. We spend $1.2 trillion a year on the social assistance program. They're spending just enough money to keep us poor. We need programs that are going to lift us out of poverty, not keep us in poverty. Thank you.
Good.
Hey. If you don't
We want to make sure. One thing we want you to do too, because we're on a time restriction. So the thing is that when you make sure when you do your closing statement, give your name and give what you are running for.
Toy New Reeves, State Senate candidate, District Number 3. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next person.
My name is John Gochi. I'm running for Michigan's 13th Congressional District. And the young lady took offense that I said we are one of the poorest of the poor. That's a fact. The 13th District is suffering for severe poverty. And if people don't know that, they haven't been walking the neighborhoods and talking to people. The struggle is real. People are suffering, they're in debt to their eyeballs, and nothing's gonna change if you keep electing the same old, same old. I don't talk about it, I'm about it. I rehabbed a house in Detroit that was burnt down. I spent 3 times what the average house is going for, not for profit, because I love the city and I love the neighborhood, and I had love for that street because Eminem grew up on that street. I bought a house on the west side of Detroit. I got a good deal on it. There was a retired Detroit firefighter living there. I haven't raised the rent on him in 7 years. The rent's almost doubled, because he's a retired firefighter and he served our community. You know what? He never bothers me. So why bother somebody that doesn't bother you? And those are the only 2 houses I have. I'm here to work and fight for you. If you're looking for a fighter, I'm your guy. I can go to any corporation and get a job making millions. But I want to give back to the people that helped free my people and gave shelter to my family. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Take 2.
My name is Donovan McKinney. Currently your state representative, running to be your next congressman in Michigan's 13th district. Born and raised east side of Detroit. Grew up with my mom, my grandmother, my younger brother. We moved over 13 times, spent the vast majority of my life in northeast Detroit. My 9th and 10th grade years of high school, in the span of 18 months, a year and a half, I attended 14 of my friends and family's funerals, all due to gun violence. And when I told you about my grandmother and her principle, never fight the urge to give, I do believe each and one of us were created by God to be great. But we're all made perfectly imperfect. And it's our responsibility to utilize our God-given talents and abilities to help people and serve. So I turned down plenty of opportunities right before I became a state rep. I was making over $300,000 working for a environmental justice think tank. Got my degree from the University of Michigan, go blue in the room. Turned down a job literally 2 weeks before I got sworn in that was gonna pay me double what I was making at the time. And why people say, why would you do that to make $71,000? Because this is not about me. My life does not belong to me. It belongs to the Most High.
15 seconds.
And we have to serve His children, our people, and we have to start electing people that our kids and grandkids could look up to. And so I'm a young man, 33 of age. I'm in my Jesus year. I'm raising my family in the same neighborhoods I grew up in. And just like I care for them, I'm going to care for each and every one of you and for our people. So thank you so much for your time, and God bless.
Thank you.
Thank everyone who's responsible for us being in this room and given the opportunity to teach and talk and understand each other, or at least for you to get a glimpse into who we may or could be. And certainly I need you to go back and take that job so you can pay for that debt that you have with me. Don't tell me how much money you could have made and you owe me money. I need you to understand this. Our community is on fire. Our state is on fire, and our country is on fire. If it has not burnt you yet, you just may be asleep. And I don't know what it's going to take for you to understand that we are in serious trouble.
Yes.
We have a whole non-legal presidency with no respect for the law, the rule of law, or the respect of the people. And if in 30 seconds I can tell you anything, you need Gary Hunter in the state senate, in the 3rd district, not worried about an economic downfall. We need to fight for the people, because the budget ain't gonna do it. We need the people to understand that the people they elect care about them, and then the budget stuff will fall in line automatically. Because when you love the people, you'll do what's right for the people. Gary Hunter for State Senate, the 3rd District, 313-442-6111. I don't have a problem with giving out my number, because I believe in people. Just don't call me for the wrong thing. You mess around and get the wrong call back.
All right, audience, it's been a big congressional session. How about another round of applause for our candidate? And a round of applause for our audience that has a disproportionate amount of younger voters. I think that's reflected at the table as is in the audience. Again, so honored. If there are any questions, or if you'd like to get a copy of what's going on, please talk to Dr. Telford, Mr. Darwin Griffin, or Mr. Tim Moore. Of course, they produced the show. Thank you very much for coming. I am so honored, and I hope you get something to eat again. Thank you. Blessings, everyone.